Meeting to order. Madam Clerk, will you please call roll?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Diaz.
Here.
Councilmember Leon.
Present.
Councilmember Fessel.
Here.
Councilmember Meeks.
Here.
Councilmember Kurtz.
Here.
Mayor Aiken.
Here.
Let the record show we have 6 members present.
Clerk, do we have any additions or deletions to our closed session agenda?
Mayor, we do not.
Do we have any public speakers wishing to address the closed session agenda?
Mayor and City Council, we don't have any speakers in person, and we did not receive any public comments electronically.
Thank you. So right now, we're going to close the public comment section of the closed session agenda, and we are going to recess into closed session. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to reconvene the Anaheim City Council meeting back to order. Clerk, can you please call roll?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Diaz.
Here.
Councilmember Leon.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Rubalcaba.
Here.
Councilmember Fessel.
Here.
Councilmember Meeks.
Here.
Councilmember Kurtz.
Here.
Mayor Aiken.
Here.
Let the record show we have 7 members present.
Thank you. So the first item on our agenda is going to be our invocation. Today it's going to be offered by Pastor Maciel from Dwelling Place in Anaheim. And following that, I'm going to ask our Mayor Pro Tem to lead us in the flag salute. So Pastor Maciel, please begin when ready.
It is an honor to be here today representing my community, Dwelling Place Anaheim. We have been working alongside the city for a long time, and especially during COVID, we've linked arms and we've seen so many results of the seeds that were sowed in this soil. Thank you for allowing us, not only allowing us to do what we've been called to do, but for linking arms. We've been seeing families transformed by what we're doing together. I thank you for all the hard work that you've been putting into the city. We pray for you, we're with you, and today we get to pray together with you. Lord Jesus, I thank you. Thank you because you are already here. Thank you for what you've been doing in the city. I pray that you would rest upon every heart in this room, in every office, in every hallway, in every street of the city. I pray for the elected officials, for the staff, and for the people in this room, that you would come and that you would meet their every need, that you would visit the hearts that are anxious, that you would cover them with your peace, that you would visit the ones who are hopeless, that you would bring hope, that you would visit the ones who are tired. May they find rest in you. I pray, God, that in this meeting, innovative ideas would come, that solutions for problems that arise would come from heaven. I pray that you would be with the leadership of the city. I pray that you would take care of them and their families while they take care of the city and its people. I pray, God, that Anaheim would be known not only as a city of entertainment, but as a city of hope, as a city of new beginnings, a city where people live with dignity, with security, safety. Lord, I thank you because you have amazing plans for the city of Anaheim. I pray that this city would be an example for the world on innovative ideas that come to address problems of our humanity. I pray that cities across the world would look to Anaheim on how to deal with issues of their own. I bless what you are doing in this place. I thank you for this beautiful city and the people that you've planted here. I pray that you bless this meeting, all the officials, the leadership, and the people of the city of Anaheim. Thank you, Jesus. It's in your name that we ask. Amen. Thank you.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin.
Liberty and justice for all. God bless America. Son, Holy Spirit.
Good evening, everyone. I have the honor tonight of recognizing Cortinas on their 60 years in Anaheim. Cortina's Italian Market has been an authentic slice of Italy in Anaheim since 1963. Founded by Papa Tony and Brother Victor, fresh food and family have always been at the heart of this Anaheim institution. 6 decades later, Cortina's remains a family business run by the 3rd generation of the Di Dodo family. Cortina's restaurant and Italian market are beloved in West Anaheim and across the city. Few businesses have the staying power to still be going strong after 60 years. But I can tell you, it's not just the desserts, it's not just the olive oil, or my favorite, the amazing flavors of sardines that has stood the test of time. It is the true love that they have put into this family business. We look forward to many, many great years of Cortina's ahead as we work together to build Brookhurst. So if I can please ask the members of the family to please join me and my council colleagues, we'd like to present you with a resolution and take a photo. I'll have everyone look over here at this camera. 1, 2. Next, I have the honor of recognizing Rio Vista Elementary School staff member Valerie Hibbard. I think we can all agree that we ask so much of our school employees, and sometimes we even ask them to save a student's life. Ms. Hubbard jumped into action recently when she saw a kindergarten choking during lunch. Her quick thinking and action is credited with saving the young student's life. She represents the skill, the dedication, and the compassion of our Anaheim school staff. So on behalf of the city of Anaheim, we thank you for your heroic efforts. And if I can ask Valerie and her family to please join me and my council colleagues for a photo, we'd like to recognize you.
Yep. Can we ask everybody to kind of squeeze in together, just like last time ago?
Thank you. Thank you. So next, I would like to acknowledge the 20 Anaheim students who are the recipients of the 2023 Tech Scholar Program. The Tech Scholar, yes. Our Tech Scholar Program is back and helping our students. 20 Anaheim students were awarded the scholarship and received laptops, bags, and Wi-Fi where needed. The Tech Scholar Program would not be possible without the generous support of our sponsors. So on behalf of the city, I would like to thank the Samueli Foundation, the Anaheim Community Foundation, Smart City, Supervisor Katrina Foley's office, SAIC, California Foundation for Stronger Communities, and the Castle Inn and Suites. I also would like to acknowledge my council colleague, Councilmember Carlos Leon, who fought to bring this great program back. Thank you very much, Carlos. Councilmember Leon was himself a Tech Scholar recipient, and he shows the power of this program and what it can do for our young students. We were able to recognize the students during a ceremony before the meeting. So congratulations again to all of our 2023 Tech Scholars. I would now like to invite Alyssa Guerrero to announce our 2023 Tech Scholar students and invite you all to come up as your name is called for a group photo in chambers.
So the Tech Scholar Program provides laptops and tablets to students, as well as free wireless internet access to support the next steps of their academic careers. So scholarships are awarded to students based on need, merit, and desire to continue their education. The requirements include being a high school junior or senior and an Anaheim resident, having a minimum 2.0 GPA, and submitting 2 personal statements. So for 2023, we received hundreds of applications that were submitted, and only 20 students were selected. And with that, I would like to call up our 2023 Tech Scholar recipients. So first, I would like to bring up Abril Cruz from Anaheim High School. Next, Ahmad Wajid from Loera High School. Alondra Saldana Gomez from Savannah High School. Annie Pham, Loera High School. Araceli Ramirez, Anaheim High School. Denise Rojas, Western High School. Grace Torres, Western High School. Jasmine Castellanos, Kennedy High School. Yulissa Sanchez, Catella High School. Cassandra Garcia, Savannah High School. Maggie Tran, Cypress High School. Mario Cruz, Western High School. Mario Valdespino, Anaheim High School. Ruben Galleros, Savannah High School. I would also like to recognize a few Tech Scholars who were unable to make it this evening, and that's Anna Guzman from Kennedy High School, Ashlyn Nguyen from Loera High School, Brian Barojas, Anaheim High School, Esteban Alvarez, Catella High School, Kent Tu from Western High School, and Pedro Javier from Savannah High School. Thank you.
How's it looking, Natalie?
Good. I still need,
So yeah, we just have to squeeze a little bit. Just like a real class photo.
I think that would make sure everyone's touching the right. All right. 1, 2, 3. Perfect. Thank you.
You got it.
So next on our agenda are going to be recognitions that are going to be presented at a later date. Clerk, can you please announce them?
Thank you, Mayor. We do have one this evening recognizing November 25th, 2023 as Small Business Saturday, and we will forward that recognition.
Thank you. Do we have any additions or deletions to tonight's agenda?
Mayor, there are none.
So Clerk, can you please outline our public comment procedures and call forward our first few speakers to address the City Council agenda?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. There will be 2 public comment periods with speakers having 1 opportunity to address the City Council. This first public comment period is 90 minutes or until all agenda item speakers have been heard. Any time remaining of the 90 minutes will be provided to speakers who wish to speak on any non-agenda related items, but within the council's jurisdiction. The second public comment period will be opened by the mayor if any non-agenda item speakers were not heard during this first public comment period, and it will open at the end of council business. The time limit is 3 minutes per speaker. Those wishing to address the city council must complete a speaker card, which are available at the back of the council chambers. The name and contact information requested on the speaker card is optional. Any unidentified speakers will be called by the speaker card number. I also want to note that Spanish interpreting services are also provided at every city council meeting. Simultaneous Spanish interpretation is provided through the use of headsets, and consecutive interpretation is available to anyone who would like to address the city council. For translation services in other languages, please contact the city clerk's office at least 48 hours prior to the scheduled meeting. At this time, I'll introduce our interpreter who will make the same announcement.
Muchas gracias. Muy buenas tardes a todos. En todas las juntas del Consejo Municipal se ofrecen servicios de interpretación simultánea al español por medio del uso de audífonos y se proporciona interpretación consecutiva para cualquier persona que desee dirigirse al Consejo Municipal. Para obtener servicio de interpretación en otros idiomas, tenga la amabilidad de ponerse en contacto con la Secretaría Municipal al menos 48 horas antes de la junta programada. Muchas gracias.
At this time, on behalf of the City Council, we would like to remind the public that Anaheim remains committed to freedom of speech, and we ask that speakers address the City Council with civility and refrain from making personal, threatening, abusive, slanderous, or profane remarks towards any member of the council, staff, or general public. We appreciate you reflecting this spirit when you speak. The time now is 5:36, with the 90-minute public comment period set to conclude at 7:06, or until all agenda item speakers have been heard. We do ask that speakers, once they see their name appear on the projection screen behind me, if they can, please line up at the podium. And Mayor and City Council, for agenda item, we have 2 speakers to address for item number 16, and the first speaker is Jimmy Elrod.
Hello, good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. My name is Jimmy Elred. I am the Deputy Political Director for the Western States Regional Council of Carpenters. Here tonight to speak in support of item 16, our proposed subcontractor disclosure language. To quote the great words of the pastor, you know, this is a great way to provide dignity, security, and safety for those here in the city. Not sure if you guys are privy to the fact there's a lot of corruption, cash pay, unscrupulous contractors in the construction industry, and this is a means to help mitigate it to the best of our effort, and hope to see that you guys support a great bill and an ordinance and get it implemented here in the city. Thank you.
The next speaker step forward.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Boris Gressley. I'm here on behalf of the Carpenters Contractors Cooperation Committee. We are a labor watchdog group. We're comprised of the Carpenters Union and union contractors. I'm speaking today in strong favor of item number 16, the subcontractor disclosure ordinance. We believe that it's going to do three very important things. Number one, promote transparency. Number two, hold contractors accountable. And number three, protect our businesses and workers. Thank you for your time. We hope to have your support.
And Mayor and City Council, that concludes our speakers on agenda items. And we have 14 speaker cards on general comments, and we'll go ahead and call those speakers. So Cecil Jordan Corkin. Cecil.
Outreach Homeless Ministries, City Chaplain, Scooted for Disney. This is his 100th anniversary. Happy birthday to Mickey Mouse. Happy birthday to Mickey Mouse. Happy birthday to Mickey Mouse. Happy birthday to you. May you have 100 more. This is their anniversary, their 100th year anniversary. And y'all should celebrate by at least going down there. I don't have the money, I'm direct deposit. I wish I had a sponsor. I did in 2019 from Disney. John and Mr. White from Disney that was down here. And there was another guy, Jay, I think, not sure their last names, gave me $500. And the city manager, Chris, gave me $500 altogether at one time. Then when 2019 came in, COVID-19 stopped us and closed us up. And a year later, Disney opened up. They did a petition for it and opened it up. And Mayor, I have this for you. I didn't sign the paper, but I signed the autograph booklet. And I have this for you. Could y'all come get this and give this to the mayor of Disney and Walt? And I told you I met Mr. Walt Disney and Elvis Presley. 2019, I met Walt, and then Elvis in 2018 at his anniversary. He worked at the drugstore, Walgreens, and they come and got him. Somebody come and got him in the music industry, come and got him. And he's not here anymore. And, but the thing is, the Lord is opening up the door for me in the understanding and what I need to get taken care of. The things are happening. It just takes time, and I pray for you in the morning. Council member this, council member that, and I pray for you every morning like that in the security, in the government, and the military, and Israel, because we're under attack in Israel and Ukraine and Russia. And I'm in prayer for that with my coworker Randy, and he helped me do Mouse Tales and Star Wars magazine, and I got 500 pages of that. If you want to interview me, call me. Stephen Thussel's got my phone number, and I'll be glad to do an interview for the Channel 3, and you'll be able to ask me some questions, what's going on. But I'm willing to take the time to do that, and I'm waiting on you to help me. And I found what it takes to do these things according to the Word of God, of straightening up Disney. On Leviticus 18, to stop the porn stuff from Leviticus 18.
Cecil, I'm sorry, your time is up.
In the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. Thank you.
Thank
You do one thing for me, and I'll wait on you.
Thank you very much. Can we call our next
I
speaker?
want to see what the history brings for you.
Thank you, Cecil.
As a lady doing a city mayor.
Thank
this
you. We're going to
time.
call our next speaker, okay, Mr. Corcoran? Thank you very much.
God bless you. Happy birthday,
Our next speaker can step forward.
Maggie!
Thank you.
House.
Kualitutaki, good afternoon, buenas tardes, City Council, City Manager. I just want to thank the City Council and the people that organized this Native American Festival. It was a very beautiful gathering at the Colony House at Founders Park, right behind Anaheim High School. We did have Virginia Carmelo, that's Gabrielena, tribal member, state recognized tribe of California. It was really nice to have that experience, that unity, and we had all colors of the human race there. And there is a book that's being promoted right now. Actually, I went to the Institute of American Indian Arts, and I was the first indigenous born in Mexico, registered in Oaxaca with one of the tribes in Oaxaca, where my father is from. And I graduated there, and I never knew that this author went to the same school, and I think I graduated before he attended to the school. And he, on the first chapter, he talks about the colonist, and it was a great opportunity to be able to speak to students. I spoke to maybe 40, 45 students from Anaheim High School that are Chicano, Mexican American, or quote unquote Hispanic Latino, and they have Native American ancestry. And it was really nice that we even had some school board members arrive, be there, and it was really nice to have the meeting with the tribe and them and educate the school board as far as like the term colonist, how we feel, how it's like a very degrading and disturbing term to have at a school, when the colonists, like in the first chapter, this book is called There, mentions how the colonists, I don't want to get into details, did a lot of native things to us Native American people. Native Americans brought, colonists brought borders. Colonists forced our ancestors to be Catholic, to get on your knees by the King of Spain, or to be Christian by Queen Elizabeth. If you didn't do that and get on your knees and pray to the white Jesus, or convert to the cross, you would be murdered, you would be killed. They would chop your head off, like what happened to Toiporines. She was a female warrior. Hopefully one day we can have a mural of her somewhere in Anaheim, Tangwa, Hutugna territory. And in this book, it mentions that, you know, what the colonists did, you know, and when I end this, I have 40 seconds left. By just saying thank you so much. I'm looking down. I don't want to look into your eyes, because in our traditional way is always to look down, not to clap. That's not a show. This is real. This is real stuff that's happening. There's students actually cutting themselves. And I know a while back, Rubalcaba went there with some your partners, and you guys did a good job. Just make sure next time to include Native people also to be public speakers there at the school to speak to the students. And I know we're working on that, and there is students that have committed suicide. Raul Alarcon, rest in peace. And prayer to everybody in our community in the barrios, because there's a lot of liquor stores, a lot of alcohol and drugs. It's really sad. So we have to change that name. I know it's going to happen. We had a vision in 2024. Thank you, guys. Let's come out to gracias.
Good evening, Mayor Aitken and Mayor Pro Tem Rubalcaba and honourable City Council members. Thank you for all you do for our city. I've been shy to stand before you, but confess to being an ardent City Council watcher. This evening I'm fired up and I wish to light a fire under our city. I'm a 25-year resident of District 4 and we're well represented by Council Member Kurtz. She's an ardent supporter of seniors in Anaheim and we're very grateful for her voice. We're also grateful to Council Member Leon, who sponsored a health fair recently in District 2. I'm a senior commissioner, but more importantly, in my opinion, I volunteer at the Downtown Senior Centre. I actually look forward to Fridays. Fridays I spend with the city staff and love to see the happy seniors playing cards and shooting pool all Friday afternoon. Recently, some of us had the pleasure of going to visit the Buena Park, Huntington Beach, and Newport Beach centers, the senior centers. And when one sees those gorgeous centers, we realize how little we have in our meager 1,500 square feet. There is a silver tsunami, as you well may know. So I come before you to ask to seek a standalone senior center for the thousands of wonderful seniors who could do with a facility that has the ability to offer everything from a gym, a personal trainer, to classes on a myriad of subjects, to offering blood pressure testing, to pottery, wood shop, legal services, etc., all of which we can't entertain in our oh so limited space. We saw beautiful kitchens, one even with a washer and dryer to do the table linens and towels. Currently, our linens are being washed in an employee's home at this time, really. We saw event centers within the senior centers that do double duty at weekends for weddings, celebrations of life, children's dance recitals, award ceremonies, concerts, and limitless opportunities for a standalone senior center. Our city manager, Vanderpool, can attest to the Buena Park Center, which I'm sure was done under his watch. Staffing at Buena Park is 4 full-time and 24 part-time personnel. The beautiful Huntington Beach Center has 7 full-time and 10 part-time staffers, and Hogue is a huge sponsor. Newport Beach Oasis has 8 full-time staff, 8 to 12 actually, with a $3 million annual budget. Anaheim Downtown Senior Center has 2 full-time and 4 part-time staff at this time, providing services for approximately 1,100 members. There are funds for everything under the sun in Anaheim.
Ms. Notabile, I'm sorry, your time is up.
But when it comes to our seniors, who I might add are the largest voting bloc in the city, we are sadly lacking. Thank you for your time, and it would be marvelous to look for sponsors or donors to help us. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Our next speaker, card number 3799.
Good evening. I'm here today to speak about the 100th Halloween parade of Anaheim. The Halloween parade indeed has a long history and proud traditions. An example is the inclusion of the old floats this year. I've been a resident of Anaheim for over 60 years and have attended the parade the greater portion of that amount of time. The parade is always well attended and by all ages, and it is a pleasure to see families sharing this special time together. Also, the participating units have so much fun that it's really hard to think that it's, they've been asked to be here, they just enjoy it so much. Sadly, one proud tradition for over 200 years in this country obviously was absent at the parade this year. What tradition, you might ask? It is the color guard. Leading the parade, the St. Catherine's Cadets did carry their flag, they always do. Having viewed and attended many, many parades over the years, and never have I not seen a color guard step off and lead a parade. Having said this, I respectfully request that you, as leaders in our community, never allow this to happen again. Thank you for your time and your attention.
Good evening, everyone. We see this week on the blogs and the newspapers that our district attorney, Todd Spitzer, has joined the investigation of the goings-on here in Anaheim. I guess he finally read the jail report or saw something or somebody said something, because now he's joining the investigation, which, yeah, he's a headline grabber for sure, but maybe he's gonna find something that we don't know yet. But here's the thing is that we gotta not let this just drift away. Everybody's acting like, it's all over, and it's just, we're just kind of, everything's cool now. We're just coasting along. And I don't think so. I think it should be an annual event, the anniversary of the release of the report, much like Watergate or anything that comes back up in history, we should never forget what happened. We should never lose sight of what has happened. And this was a disgrace on this great city of ours. And many of the principals in this report are still gainfully employed. Go figure. But this has to be the worst disgrace I can find in the city, in the history, going back to 1857. And I'm a student of the history of the city, and I pay homage to the great people that founded this city. I go to Anaheim Cemetery and just walk among the markers and the headstones, and there's all of our great founders and people that made a difference. And we're here because of them. And we dishonor their memory by this disgraceful act that the former mayor and his cronies dumped on our great city. And we should never let this go. And I hope, I'm not a fan of the district attorney, but I hope he does find something more than we already know. And we got a clean house here. We can't just keep going on and acting like, oh, well, put the report in the drawer and act like, life goes on. Never mind. Thank you.
Next speaker, Mike Robbins.
Good evening, Mike Robbins, People's Homeless Task Force. I come back to our concept, of course, People's Homeless Task Force. Another 151 people died without fixed abode in Orange County in September. 400 for the year, with 3 months to go. And they're living with no place to go. Of course, they are living under the stars. I guess there's something to be said about that in some old poems and everything. 20% of the deaths are in Anaheim. That's 10 in the last month died on the streets of Anaheim. And I always say Orange County, one of the richest counties in the world, in what could be one of the richest cities in the world if we, took care of our finances properly. And Benjamin Franklin said, as some of you talk, well done is better than well said. Thank you very much.
Here we are heading into another winter. There is a high wind advisory this week, as well as rain predicted for 4 days next week. For people who spend 24 hours a day outside in these extreme weather conditions, life can indeed be misery. And here we are in the city of Anaheim, which should be one of the wealthiest cities in the country. Yet, we have no emergency shelter for our abundant homeless population. In fact, there is no shelter where a person can walk up without Anaheim PD or CityNet and be sheltered for the night, or 2, or 3. There is no shelter where a person can walk up to escape the elements. This is supposed to be an El Nino year, and I know from past experiences selling outside that this can mean rain for months. What will we do for our homeless population? We need an emergency shelter with a navigation center, similar to what they have in Buena Park, just like the senior center. We need something other than the Salvation Army, where it can take days, if not weeks, to be granted admission. We need some place where people can simply walk up and be let in to escape the elements. It seems simple, yet it is made so complicated by the service providers. As a member of the People's Homeless Task Force, we view our job, in part, as helping to keep people alive until they can be housed. To be able to escape the elements is a huge component of staying alive. It is time to step up this winter and help keep our homeless population alive as they wend their way through the multitude of paperwork. According to Father Dennis Kriz in the Voice of OC, a record 400 homeless people have died this year in Orange County. This rate is almost 8% higher than last year. Unless things change, and there's no reason to believe that they will, 533 homeless people will die by the end of the year, an equivalent of 9%, a 9% increase since the beginning of the year homeless population. And it gets worse. It's been noted that the death rate in 2021 among the general population was 0.43%. So the death rate among those who are unhoused is nearly 22 times higher than that of the county's general population. 22 times higher. Let's do something to stop this. There is no time to wait. Winter is coming. Thank you.
Good evening. I'd like to try to just say that I'm hearing these things that are coming out, and I started the city at 13 from a CETA program in the Parks and Recreation. I was put at Ponderosa Park. As I grew up, at 4 years, I don't know how they did it, but they put me full-time at 17 into the maintenance, and this building wasn't erected yet. It was just being put together. And so the issue to me was I was put at, before I transferred over, I was at Little People's Park, and I was there at the riot. So when I heard some of the stories and the writings up on the information, there was a lot of inconsistencies of things that weren't said. And I'm like, not wanting to, I want transparency. And so there was people there who were beaten down really bad, and I was there. The shooter was victory shooting, not shooting at anybody, because I don't believe anybody got shot. And the car color in the story that the journalist wrote was not the color. But as I was standing there, nobody budged. And there's a second Little People's Park incident that happened later. And that happened to be my sister-in-law's granddaughter in the stomach of that young lady that was stepped on and thrown on the ground. So there's a lot of information that I know and stories, and it's down to me and my family. And so I don't try to argue with nobody, but I was prohibited by my department, actually threatened not to speak and kept from the media there. So I just want to be transparent. I want to see change, but I'm very much getting to where, you know, we're hiding things and we're keeping things out. And so that's my issue, is that when I hear things and it's not all the truth, let's just come up with the truth. And we have problems, and I don't really care for when people say that's the past, let it go, because we've had shootings and beatings back in the 70s, 80s, 90s, and now the 2000 we had the 8 kids that got shot and had the riot. Well, there's before and people, and I was involved in all these, and I knew all these kids. They came to our school, they went to our schools. And so that really hurts, because there weren't I don't know who painted the picture bad on them. So even though all kids have troubles, I had police officers telling me, yeah, my son is really bad, or my daughter's really bad. We all have problems. But the main concern for me is that we need to move forward, and we already got some more killings. And, guilty or not guilty of having a BB gun or having a knife and not having it in the hand, or having something in their pocket or in their glove compartment, and then that makes it fair to be said that they deserve to have gotten shot. That really hurts a lot too. And then we don't get closure with any of this, and we don't be able to have a conversation with anybody, not even the police. We're in the dark. So I'm just trying to come out here to express that.
Mr. Castillo, I'm sorry,
We
your
just
time
need
is
to
up.
try to get something with that police review board, something more apparent, so people do come and express their complaints. Thank you very much.
The next speaker, Matthew Duncan. And following Mr. Duncan is Wes Jones.
Hi, I'd just like to finish up my thoughts from last month when I was speaking about the city's coyote management plan, which involves the indiscriminate trapping and killing of native coyotes in the city. When this management plan was approved back in May of 2017, Lieutenant Kent Smurl, who I mentioned last month, addressed the council and encouraged the council to focus on removing not the coyotes, but removing the attractants. And the attractants in Anaheim, as in most cities that claim to have coyote problems, are outdoor, unattended, free roaming, 24 hours a day, pet cats. So, what happens, and you guys are probably aware of this, their owners become upset when their kitty gets attacked or chased, and so they demand that the city hire a trapper, which is what the city did 6.5 years ago. Now, I have here just a couple of observations on that. I have here a list or several invoices, because I requested from the city the invoices from Coyote Wildlife and Pest Solutions. And this one was for, let me read this, coyote abatement, 1 10-day coyote abatement service. All of his invoices are the same. 1 coyote abatement service for 10 days at a cost of $2,300, taxpayer money, to indiscriminately trap and kill coyotes. Now, Jimmy Rizzo, and again, I don't blame him. He's not the problem. Just like the coyotes aren't the problem. Jimmy's a symptom of the problem, that the city chose to contract him to trap and kill coyotes. He killed 37 coyotes in the last 24 months. From September of 2021 to September of 23, he killed 37. Maybe we should have a few words at prayer in an upcoming meeting about those coyotes, because when I've asked city officials, what evidence do you have that any of those coyotes were engaged in aggressive behavior? They say, we have no evidence. Thank you.
Wes Jones.
Mayor, Council, first I'd like to wish your husband, Ashley, a happy birthday a couple days ago. And why don't we turn our Wayback Machine to the year of 2018. Ashley was running for mayor for the first time. And there was one other good candidate, Cynthia Ward. And I had a real hard time picking which candidate I was going to support. And then Ashley came out and made the statement that she supported Measure L. And that was what I was waiting for. And after that, I've supported her ever since. So where are we today on Measure L? Mr. Fabula's ruling that we have no subsidies with Disney was not upheld in the courts. So, and that was by the California District Courts, and now by the California Supreme Court refused to see it. So, as I understand it, the city is in charge of enforcing Measure L. It is a city ordinance. So, what is going on with that? When Disney won the first time, there was a huge press release that said, oh, we always knew that Disney was right. And we haven't heard anything when the workers won. So I would expect at this point to have a some sort of presentation about where we are with Measure L, when the workers can be expect to be paid, all that good back pay. So thank you very much.
Next speaker, Brian Kay.
Happy day. It wasn't too long ago that I came in here and I thanked the Anaheim Police Department for doing a good job arresting somebody in front of my apartment. Took half an hour, maybe even 45 minutes. And the woman was allowed to step into the police car on her own free volition, if you will. She picked up her legs, she got into the back of the police car. I don't know if you guys have seen the recording, but within the last week, a young woman by the name of Abigail was standing at the bus stop at Ball and Anaheim Boulevard. There's about 3 or more Anaheim police officers. It appears as if she dropped something on the ground at their order. They had ordered her to put that down, so she did. And then she took a couple steps back. 1,001, 1,002, 1,003, 1,004, 1,000. She was shot after she dropped the weapon. It was a pellet gun, a BB gun. So I don't know what you guys think you're doing up there. The results are the death of a young woman. The results are a police officer now lives with a much greater chance of committing suicide. And the same trauma that the city went through in 2012 is already starting. Your refusal to pay attention. Now, my family ancestry goes through Poland. Matter of fact, we were leaders of the Polish government in exile. So when I see you making these mistakes, these aren't simple mistakes. When I see you not looking, not paying attention, see, I'd like to think that we won the war. I'd like to be able to say, we won the war in World War II. But I look at people and I see them still doing the same thing that the Nazis did. Still leading with hate, ignorance, indifference, arrogance. It didn't just take an officer to shoot her, it took the city council. You know, we come here and we share with you every week because we love you, because we don't want that police officer to have to live with that pain.
Mr. Kay, I'm sorry, your time is up.
You don't have to live with that ignorance, that arrogance, and that trauma. It's a shame that you'd put your own children through that you would teach your children to hate. Happy day.
Thank you, Mr. Kay.
Hi, commissioners, or council members, actually, reversed. My name is Luis Perez. I'm coming here as a private resident today. My address is 1307 East Banyan Avenue, Anaheim, California, 92805. The purpose of my being here is to ask the council to execute under you guys' city charter in section 906 of the Planning Commission powers and duties. Subsection D, I'll read all the sections so that you have it in context, but this one is, perform such other functions not inconsistent with this charter as may be delegated to it by the city council. And I state that because whereas my former colleague who's now on the council, and even in recent planning commission meetings and in recent items that have been appealed to you, having a good ponderance of discussion at the planning commission in which we are able to ask questions beyond our current scope would be extremely vital, whether those projects get approved or denied, and whether they get appealed or not, up to you guys, that the full fundamental discussions have occurred at the Planning Commission. And so when they are appealed or moved up to you guys have those full-fledged discussions. And I say that I could point to certain projects recently and in the past, but it's to say in the fact that our city is completely an infill city, meaning that our designs of what we're essentially approving or not also have a implicit bias in terms of what that planning looks like 30 to 40 years from now, and how that affects communities in certain aspects of development over time. I mean, as we can see, the current issues that are currently present in the city have been, were constructed or essentially were erected from the 50s and 60s, and now we're dealing with those issues. The issues that we're currently facing from, or what we are addressing from the Planning Commission, will become issues 30 to 40 years from now. I would like to be specific in terms of what we could use in terms of our scope when we are at Planning Commission meetings in order to ask certain questions of developers and developments and projects as a whole. Currently, we cannot, as it's in limited scope, and so I would ask that the City Council, under that part of the Charter Section 906, to execute it. So, thank you so much.
Good evening. I am here tonight to speak on the Anaheim Fall Festival and Halloween Parade, so happy thoughts. Let me begin by saying how grateful I am to live in a city where residents come together to work endless hours and devote so much of themselves to building a heartwarming community celebration. Of course, I'm speaking of all the volunteers who spent months building and preparing for the Anaheim Fall Festival and Halloween Parade. The day of, we had volunteers there from 4 a.m. until well after the parade ended. Of course, this day would not be a success without the cooperation of city staff. We are very fortunate to have an administration that is so supportive, whose partnership is paramount to these events existing. The Anaheim Fall Festival and Halloween Parade organization's partnership is a perfect example of this. We appreciate every department who was there. Many thanks to all of you, City Council, our city manager, and most especially to Community Services, and a special shout out to Brandon Harper. All of your efforts are key to our continued success. Of course, I have to emphasize the extraordinary amount of time, patience, and hard work dedicated by Jody Daly and Kathy Couture, our fearless leaders. There are many others who invested an extraordinary amount of time volunteering. Too many to name individually, but you know who you are. Again, I am grateful to everyone involved and appreciate my city and the residents within it who are involved and so willing to give of themselves. It was my first year being fully engulfed in helping, and it was a tremendous experience and a wonderful, heartfelt camaraderie that everyone was working towards one common good. And to see the thousands of people who enjoyed that day, throughout the day, and especially the parade itself, there were thousands and thousands of people there to experience that. And all because so many volunteers for years have decided to continue this tradition and grow it. Not just continue it, but grow it and work, countless hours. So thank you very much. We appreciate your support, and I hope to be a part of this every year until I can physically no longer be there. So have a good night.
Our next speaker, Mark Herbert.
Mark Herbert, AnaheimGrease.com. I'd like to thank Mike and Janine Robbins for reminding us of the greater world outside here, and it reminds me why I continue to come up here. But I take a different path, same goals. I'd like to thank Councilmember Rubalcava. At the end of last meeting, in case you want to look it up, at the 7-hour, 9-minute, and 8-second mark, she suggested the council look at the Planning Commission. And her two suggestions, and I was a bit disappointed they weren't agenda items, but as long as they happen, I'm happy, is there should be a procedure for the speaking order at the Planning Commission. As it stands now, it isn't. They rely on shuffling the deck. And second, and maybe more importantly, they should be streamed, the Planning Commission meetings. It's been brought up here a couple times. It would be very helpful for reporters and citizens in Anaheim. It would be a good way to demonstrate transparency, just not talk about it. And taking a note from Wes Jones, I think one member here could do that during council communications, maybe give an update each meeting where we are on that. Maybe it's tougher to implement than I'm aware of. Going a little quicker here, let's not forget fire station number 12. Again, can someone in council communications give us updates on where that is and what the problem is? If it's a noise problem, the other 11 fire stations don't seem to have that problem, or somehow they've made solutions. Or are the Angels and Disney under a different noise policy? I don't know. Last meeting spent 2 hours on lobbying. Boy. 38 seconds. I'll just cut to the chase. Why don't you enforce the policy you have now? What is going to happen to Jill Wallace and Red Hook, who violated the current lobbying policies of the city? It took the residents to bring it to your attention. It's to your attention. There's been complaints. Again, council communication, just tell us where it's at. Talk for 4 hours next time on what you're going to do in the future, but as you do that, please enforce the rules that are there now. Thanks.
Mayor and City Council, that concludes all our in-person speakers. And noting for the record, we did receive 3 general public comments, and those were posted and distributed to City Council.
Thank you. So we are now going to close the public comment section of our meeting and move to council communications. Would any council member with something to share please ring in? Councilmember Leon and then Councilmember Kurtz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to start off by thanking the District 2 residents who have reached out regarding homelessness concerns, especially those off of Nutwood and Cerritos, the UP Railroad tracks, as well as the Stoddard Elementary area. Wanted to let folks know that staff is aware and we're working towards both short-term and long-term potential ideas to help out those situations. And just wanted to reiterate that this continues to be a focus and primary concern for me in my office. If you have any questions, you can reach out to my office, or you can obviously report those and those concerns with the My Anaheim app or the Anaheim Anytime online. With Thanksgiving around the corner, I want to invite everybody, if you haven't already made a plan, to attend the 37th annual We Give Thanks dinner at the Honda Center. Again, it's on Thanksgiving Day, Thursday, November 23rd from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. So bring your friends and family over to the Honda Center for a free meal, and we look forward to seeing you there. This past week, I had the pleasure of visiting the Tiger Woods Learning Lab and speaking at their first Educators Symposium in District 2. It was a great opportunity to connect with our community partners. A special thank you to the TGR Foundation team for putting this event together and for equipping educators across Southern California with the tools and resources that they need to continue empowering youth in our community. For Dia de los Muertos, there was a lot of events, starting off at Savannah High School with their Spanish Honor Society, GLLA, the World Language Department, and other groups who made some amazing handmade altars and decorations, along with performances from their folklorico group. I want to thank everybody, including Mr. Villa, Ms. Moreno, Ms. Portillo, Mr. Olivas, as well as Mr. Pooley and the administration at Savannah High School for all of their efforts in continuing this special tradition. A shout out to Ricky and the Naranjeros Car Club as well for putting together their Dia de los Muertos car show at St. Anthony's. Great meeting community members and seeing everybody, including Father Bill, out there having fun and coming together. So a shout out to them. I also wanted to give a shout out to our own city staff as well as our community services department in all of their efforts for putting together the Dia de los Muertos event at Pearson Park, as well as the Anaheim Fall Festival and Parade. I was joined by the Anaheim Run Club, so I was running around from one side of the parade to another, as well as the Project Say Folklorico group. It was just a lot of fun coming out and seeing the community dressed up, excited for Halloween, and a big thank you to the parade committee, city staff and volunteers who went above and beyond to organize and build all those floats. The Fall Festival couldn't have been a success without them. And so I know we're now in November, but I wanted to make sure that we highlighted our October Business of the Month, Anaheim Restaurant Supplies. This is a family-owned business. It really is a one-stop shop for all things restaurant and kitchen related. You don't have to own a restaurant to shop there. They have everything from plates and utensils to stoves, fridges, and other large appliances. They've been in business for over 10 years. We're now getting into the second generation of folks running the place. And so they're located off of Lincoln Avenue, just west of Euclid Avenue. They're open every day except for Sunday. So whether you have a restaurant, you're just looking for some kitchen supplies, make sure to check out the October 2023 Business of the Month, Anaheim Restaurant Supplies. And then finally, just wanted to say congratulations again to the inaugural class of Anaheim Tech Scholars. A big thank you to Alyssa Guerrero and all the city staff who worked tirelessly to make that a reality. Obviously, a big thank you to all of our sponsors, to my colleagues for their unanimous support in helping us make positive differences for our students and our community. And I think we're already ramping up for next year, so we're looking forward to it. So with that, Madam Mayor, just want to wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving. Hope to see everybody at the Honda Center on Thursday, November 23rd, anytime from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. for a free Thanksgiving meal. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Kurtz?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, I want to give a heartfelt thank you to the many, many volunteers who worked for months to get the floats ready for the parade, to raise money, plan the wonderful Fall Festival, and also to the community service team that helped put it all together. It was a great event for our city, for the residents of our city, and the many thousands of people that attended. I thank you. I am honored to serve a city where residents and city can come together and provide Fall Festival and Halloween Parade to its residents. So again, thank you. Just have one other thing. I want to highlight a school in District 4. It's Revere Elementary. Revere Elementary is located next to Paul Revere Park. How historic. It is in the Ganita Lane neighborhood. The school has 703 students. It is a dual immersion school, and they're called the Patriots. How novel. They are a community school, which means that they really integrate family and family needs and resources into the school. And an exciting thing for them, finally breaking ground on a new multipurpose room this year and additional parking. Additional parking in the Ganita Lane neighborhood, which is much needed. It's a great school. Their motto is, in a world where you can be anything, be kind. So, thank you.
Councilmember Meeks?
Thank you. I just wanted to let people know I'm partnering with Supervisor Don Wagner in a town hall addressing the opioid and fentanyl crisis in Orange County. The town hall will be this Thursday, November 9th, from 6:30 to 8 at Running Springs Elementary School. And I really believe education is important to the families, not only the students that may deal with this in the future, but those families that may, have members struggling with some of these issues, and understanding what it is, what to look for, and how it's impacting our community is a crisis. So anybody that's interested in that, Running Springs Elementary School, Thursday, 6:30. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Fussell?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like your indulgence, and may we close the city council meeting tonight in remembrance of Ruth Vanderloo. Ruth is probably one of the last of the great women, Anaheim women of her era. She just passed away last week at the tender age of 97. She lived in Anaheim for 67 years, used to be the social columnist for the Anaheim Bulletin when we still had a real Anaheim Bulletin. In fact, she was well loved by the community, very, very active in the Ebell Club and the Historical Society and Anaheim Beautiful, and Friends of the Library. A great woman, very modest, always had a smile, wonderful, wonderful gal. And I know that there's not a lot of us around that still remember her, but there's still a few, and may we recall her great times in Anaheim. A few things that I've been up to lately, and see if we can bring them up. Okay, yes, the Dias Los Muertos at Pearson Park. I was there early. I think some of my colleagues got there later than I did, and I had a couple other events that evening. In fact, I think I'm there with the Mayor Pro Tem. A lot of work. And it was very, very, very well done. A lot of love in all those altar displays. Tremendous amount of love is, by the surviving family members. There was even a display by Community Services of all of our past police dogs. Did you see that? And it was a little tiny one, and a lot of our police canines were recognized there. And so it was just wonderful to walk around, and we saw a lot of community leaders from our various schools and all. It was nice to be there. What's the next? We have one more. Oh, and of course, I'm sure, Madam Mayor, you're going to talk about our what did we call it? The wall breaking of the Tampico Motel, but I'm sure that you'll take care of that. But that was a great opportunity to take a District 5 property, and we'll have the opportunity to turn it around and make it a great asset. A few other things we did over the last couple of weeks since we were here last. Monica Robles runs the Association de Entrepreneurs. They had their 5th anniversary. This is a group that helps and trains, teaches, if you will, entrepreneurs, of which Spanish is their primary language, and a lot of times they have difficulty in getting assistance on how to take their dream and make it a reality. And Monica's been doing that for 5 years, very, very successfully. I had occasion to go down to Fountain Valley, and as the representative on the Orange County Sanitation District, have their State of the District and a tour of their facility, which is always if you haven't had a tour of the sanitation district, I encourage you to do so. And then later that day, we attended James Gwynn Elementary's Fall Festival and their Halloween, and it was a lot of fun. And again, had their various Dia de Muertos altars up, and it was great to be there. And again, I'm sure, Madam Mayor, you'll talk about our Fall Festival Parade. I had occasion to be invited to spend some time with Senator Josh Newman touring Anaheim public utility facilities last week, and he has done some great work in Sacramento on behalf of municipal-owned utilities, and asked to see Anaheim's, and since one of the facilities we visited, which was the Canyon Power Plants in District 5, and I thought it might be appropriate to escort him. So we had some fun there, and I think that's about it for right now. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor Aiken. I believe we might have a couple of slides, Madam Clerk. Thank you. So I just wanted to share an event that I had the opportunity to participate in. It's a Girls Inc. inaugural Influence Her Summit, which brought 200 junior high and high school aged young ladies together to hear from Vice Mayor Tammy Kim from the city of Irvine, Mayor Valeria Mesqua from the city of Santa Ana, myself, and a few business women just talking to the students about opportunities and giving them advice as they move forward. I also just wanted to give a shout out and thank Duke Cooley and Public Utilities for providing these cute little pencil pouches for the students. We had approximately 25% of the students were from the city of Anaheim. They came from the top 3 cities in the county of Orange. Next slide. I also just want to share, I had the opportunity to participate in the Black Student Union's campus cleanup at Sycamore Junior High. And I also want to thank Public Works, Rudy Amami and his team for donating or getting some trash pickers for the students. They're very focused on public service, and they decided to start on campus. And it was a hot day, so I also want to thank Public Utilities and Peggy for keeping the students and the teachers hydrated. They will be out in the community, and they started here, but I will tell you, it was a tedious task because there are a lot of little candy wrappers that were throughout the entire school, so it was quite the task. Next slide. I know many of my council colleagues did talk about Dia de los Muertos, which was a night of culture at Pearson Park, which is in my district, the heart of the city. It also is the oldest and first park in the city of Anaheim. So I'm proud to not only represent the district, but also have the opportunity to host the event. I want to recognize city staff, Shawnee Larson-Cash and her team, for all of their hard work, including Joe Perez, in organizing this wonderful event. And I also want to give a shout out to the Anaheim Elementary School District as well as the Anaheim Union High School District because they participated in full force, and many of the schools had various altars. I think we have another slide with more images. There were altars remembering various individuals who resided in District 3 and other family members. So it was just a really wonderful night of community and free family fun. I also want to note that we had the Mariachi Divas who performed in the amphitheater that night, and I've never seen it as full as it was that evening. And I also want to thank my team because they really helped get our booth organized. We were able to talk to many constituents. We were there from start to finish. And I'm going to give a shout out to Mario Valdespino because he also is a student at Anaheim High School and is a participant in Project Say. And Project Say had a significant role in making sure that this was a successful event. So thank you. I also want to introduce the community police team in District 3. So we have a new team that is getting acquainted with the many active residents of my district. So I just want to recognize Sergeant Lopez, Officer Oriana, who is a lifelong resident of the city of Anaheim, so it's a blessing to have him on this team as well, and Officer Immings. So they are currently doing a road show across my district, and they started last week in the Colony at Megan Shigo's house, and they actually have another event this week at Bobby Olea's house, just to bring city services and other resources and introduce our team to the community. So I want to thank them. And I know many people have already talked about the Fall Festival, but I don't think we can talk about it enough. So we did celebrate the 100th year of the Fall Festival, but the 99th year of the parade, also hosted in my district, which I'm just grateful to have all these wonderful events taking place here. I want to recognize the dog at the top. That is my favorite costume of the Halloween parade. And the next slide. I also want to thank the Car Club Najarenos who participated in the parade for the first time. They drove me in their car and entertained many of the people who were there. But it was a wonderful opportunity just to show the lowrider culture and make sure that they are aware and other people are aware how welcome they are in the city of Anaheim and participating in city events like this. I also want to recognize the fact that this car club also hosts many community events throughout Anaheim, and many of the members are residents, lifelong residents of Anaheim. So they do back to school and school supply events, so they are giving back. And I also want to recognize some of our city staff, because without them, this would not be possible. They keep everything organized and safe. And then I just want to highlight my council colleagues' very cute costume. Next slide. So the 28th was a very busy day, but on Bush Street, which is also located in my district, predominantly Latino community, we do celebrate St. Jude Feast Day. We had a procession, and for those of you who aren't aware, St. Jude is the patron saint of hope and impossibility, so it was just nice to be able to participate in this processional that went across the community. And I also want to thank the Anaheim Police Department, because our community police team did come out and they were able to keep everybody safe and guide them throughout the procession and help with traffic. And last, but certainly not least, I just wanted to give a before and after of a cleanup. This is truly probably not a traditional form of public-private partnership, but the way that this collaboration came about, we did have a very active member of District 3, Bobby, provide me with images of blighted areas in Anaheim. I quickly was able to send that over to our city manager, to also Public Works, Sandra Lazal, and we were able to get the area cleaned up pretty swiftly. I always try to encourage residents to collaborate with the city, because together we can fix things sooner than later. So with that, that concludes my council comments.
Thank you. Just wanted to echo everyone, to our city staff, to our public safety officers, to everyone that really contributed to making the Fall Festival work, as well as the Dia de los Muertos. It's such I think, a moment of pride for us as council people and mayors to see what our city can do, and having those community events. That's really what makes Anaheim special. So thank you to everyone out there. And because we won't see you before, happy Thanksgiving to everybody. Now is the time for our city manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor, council, members of the public. I would like to invite everyone to join us for the Anaheim Veterans Day ceremony this Saturday at 11 a.m. This annual tradition brings together our community to honor those who have served with inspiring speakers and performances by the Esperanza High School Choir. The ceremony takes place at the Anaheim Veterans Monument at 241 South Anaheim Boulevard, next to Museum and Cultural Center. We look forward to seeing you there as we honor the veterans of Anaheim and America. Anaheim Public Utilities invites residents to turn in their old holiday lights and get 2 free strings of energy-efficient LED lights. Residents can also donate new unwrapped toys that will benefit Anaheim youth. Please join us on next Saturday, November 18th, from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. on Center Street Promenade in downtown Anaheim. For more information, to register for the event, go to anaheim.net/holidaylights. And Mayor and Council, as you know, your staff works very hard, but we also have a lot of fun. And so the city celebrated our first citywide department decorating contest for Halloween on October 31st. 7 departments participated, and all city employees were invited to vote for the winning department in 2 categories. The most original was Public Works, taking the prize there, and most creative, Housing and Community Development, won the bragging rights in that category. I want to thank the mayor and council members that did join us that day. We had a lot of fun. Fostering a fun and healthy work environment is important, and we join our city council in recognizing and appreciating the great work of our employees as we deliver to our community by having these types of fun and friendly competition. Here's a short video of the participating departments. So certainly illustrating the fun that we have here at City Hall, but I think also indicative of the creativity that each of the departments unleash on this community every day. That concludes my report. Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thank you, City Manager. We will now address the City Council consent calendar. Items 1 through 15 are before us. Are there any members of council that would like to remove an item for further discussion? Council Member Kurtz.
Thank you. I'd like to pull item number 7.
Item number 7, thank you. Councilmember Meeks.
Items 5 and 12.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Rubalcaba.
I was pulling item 5, but also item 15.
Okay, seeing no other items to pull, can I have somebody move the remainder of the calendar?
So moved.
Okay, please vote on the remainder.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Thank you. So just going in order, I think we'll start with Councilmember Meeks. You pulled item number 5. Would you like a staff report?
No, I think I just have some questions. So this is for the filing of a grant application, and I understand it's due this week, so I don't want to hold up our opportunity to get money, I don't think, but I am very concerned about how this would work and how it fits into our model for addressing homelessness and really steering people to shelter and resources and services to get them off the street and into a healthier life. I'm concerned that treating people on the street rather than bringing them to a safe and clean environment to treat them and provide, you know, some food and some other services and offer things and a shower and maybe encourage them to be off the street rather than just providing pain medication on the street that isn't really addressing what their basic needs are. So I think I'm going to go ahead and vote for applying for this, but before we accept this money, I would like you to come back with a much more thorough report on how the money is going to be used, how it fits in with our continuum of care and our goals of getting people the services that they need and into more permanent housing and different, helping the whole person. So that's kind of where I'm at on that. I don't know if the other council has anything, but I wanted to make sure we were clear on that.
If I could just take a moment with me tonight is Deputy Director Sandra Lozo, so as questions came up, I might punt to her. But I did want to clarify that different from what we normally apply for, this is not necessarily a grant opportunity. We would not be receiving money or administering money. What we are submitting is a letter of interest that would invite Cal Optima into our city to expand their street outreach medicine. They are providing that in Garden Grove. That was their inaugural city, and so they are looking for 2 cities that are wanting to invite them in to grow their program. After some conversation with you, and thank you for that, because it certainly did make me ask a probe a little bit deeper. I was informed that part of the street medicine design, when it is outreach teams, and when they are out addressing people out in the street, part of enrolling in street medicine outreach, they're actually enrolling into a program that has 3 components to it: the street medicine component, housing navigation, and enhanced case management. And so those 3 components are intended to work together because their outcome and how they will be ultimately measuring success does align with our want, which is to get people housed. And then thirdly, to your point as to how they work with us, we have had, we are looking at how it's working in Garden Grove. Anaheim is a different city with a lot of investment in our street outreach programs. We have CityNet on the street, we have BWLOC, we have a shelter, which the city of Garden Grove does not necessarily have. So the approach would really be, if we are selected as one of the cities that Cal Optima would like to look to expand, it would really be to collectively design the program. They have assured us that it is not a one-size-fits-all approach, and that this is a give and take process in which we represent what we have, and their street outreach approach then attempts to really enhance what we have. But to your point, once they make a decision, their board will select from all the cities that have submitted letters of interest sometime in December. Then there would be follow-up conversations about how that happens, and I think that would be the point at which we would come back and inform we were selected or not selected, and continue those conversations with City Council as to how the program is being designed.
So would an agreement come back to the city council, a partnership?
I asked that there would be no formal agreement. What happens is the city, through this process, would then say yes. They would check back in with us and say, you have a letter of interest. Are we okay with coming into your city? They issue an RFP for a street medicine provider, and we participate in that process as a city in terms of selecting the provider. And the agreement then is between Cal Optima and the provider. I suppose once we get more into it in terms of how do we formalize our permission for you to come into our city is something that is still an evolving conversation. But it's not, because we're not getting money ourselves and we're not administering the contract itself, it would take a different form, which I think maybe we would lean into our city attorney's office and Cal Optima to formalize what does that actually look like.
Okay, and I would be very interested in making sure that agreement, whatever it looks like, came back to the city council so we could understand in more detail how it's going to work. And also, it reminded me with the Garden Grove pilot program, I would like more information on the statistics of how effective that has been, as opposed to the current model that we have in getting people into services and getting people into housing. So I don't know if any of the other council members have questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Fussell?
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I had the opportunity to join both of staff 2-3 weeks ago and visited Cal Optima's facility in Garden Grove, and there was a rather detailed presentation made about their street medicine program, and we actually toured one of their vans. So it was very helpful for me. My question, I think, is we currently have a very, very modest program with Listonic. And how will that dovetail with this, perhaps?
Thank you, council member, for that question. So Wound Rock, right now, we do have a small pilot program. They are funded out of our opioid settlement funds, specifically to help with opioid usage and prevention and awareness. It is very specific in a pilot program. We anticipate if we were to get this award and work with CalOptima, that it would be integrated into our whole system of care, and it would just be an addition similar to Be Well and CityNet and CCRT, same thing.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Rubalcaba, and then Councilmember Kurtz.
Councilmember Meeks alluded to this, but do you have any performance matrix from Garden Grove?
We have reached out to get that from there. They are very early into their pilot program. In terms of when we asked about housing numbers, they will provide those. They were very specific in that, you know, Anaheim, we have our shelter. There is no shelter in Garden Grove. That's also why they stood up their street medicine outreach center. So they are measuring outcomes, but they did caution that they are early. I think they measure success really by the strength of the partnership and the number of people that they're getting enrolled into CalOptima, and being able to provide that preventative health piece out to those who are not traditionally getting medicine because they don't. Their model really is preventative rather than reactive. They're going out to look for people who are not seeking out medical care to try to have a better health indicator. But it's early on, and they've been transparent about that.
So with what you're proposing, I know you said it's early stages and you would really have to come up with what the plan would look like. What do you envision the type of medications that they would be providing? I guess what I'm concerned about is it'll impact my district significantly. I have a significant amount of unhoused individuals. And I think for me and the people who live in District 3, they would like to see individuals not necessarily served while they're still unhoused, but given shelter and opportunities to rehabilitate. And this feels like it's maybe enabling people.
And specifics as to what level of medications are being provided in the streets is something that we would have to get more information on. I know that in researching what's going on in Garden Grove, again, it is preventative medicine, but certainly folks that have maybe diabetes, their insulin, it's managed care, it's preventative medicine, much like a lot of your HMO plans attempt to get to you preventatively to avoid the longer term, to prevent you from becoming very sickly. At the end of the day, they are a medical health plan, so they have two pieces to their prong. One is that proactive piece in terms of managing health conditions, and that's what their street medicine is about, is managing proactively. They also have reactive, which is, when people go to emergency care and what have you. But certainly there's more to be known in terms of what's the defining line of what gets prescribed and while you're in the street versus what gets prescribed if you're housed. And those are details that would emerge if we're selected and we take the deeper dive as to how we're formulating a program.
How much staff time will go into this and take away from our current programming?
Good question. I would imagine that initially we will have to work very closely with them on collaborating on the design of the program. We've put up a slide here that basically outlines our system of care currently. We do have our community care response team. Our own staff works on housing. We certainly are involved in the behavioral health piece, which is, the PERT, the Be Well OC. Right now in the medical space, it's a small contract that Ms. Lozo spoke about. And then obviously our police and fire work with APD and fire work with life-threatening events. So we see the role of our staff is really in coordinating all of these assets that are out on the street and really facilitating that communication. The model in Garden Grove, as we have learned of it, it involves a lot of meetings to make sure that we're not duplicating efforts and that there is clear communication between the folks that are providing services in our streets. So that would be the heavy lift, I think, on our side. Sandra's team does that now in some fashion as well. She coordinates the homeless meetings. She is in constant communication with the Salvation Army team and Be Well. Her and I both meet biweekly with Be Well OC. So I think the increase in that will be engaged ourselves and our staff in ensuring that that communication and that collaboration gets kicked up a notch, because now we will be introducing another partner into our system of care.
And I think that what we do in Anaheim is top-notch. The work that you guys do is wonderful. I've been at the events that we've looked at. My concern with this grant is now we're trying to be everything to everyone. One of the things that I think I've mentioned in the past that I'd like to see is we identify each and every unhoused individual in the city. I don't think this gets us closer to that. I know I saw it in the staff report that would be the idea, but I mean, we have the same man who lives right off of Lincoln and Olive, and I mean, in my district, I can pretty much identify all of the people who are still in the same situation. So for me, this is a little bit concerning. I'm not opposed to going after money that we can get from the county, but I am concerned about a fragmented approach to things where we're just trying to be too much to everybody and not really focusing on solving our homelessness problem. And maybe the goal should really be going after funding for additional affordable housing projects in Anaheim or another shelter. Because some of the feedback that I do hear is that when we finally get an individual to the point where they will accept help, because it used to be 15 interactions, now it's more like 25 from what I hear, they are either told there's no shelter. So I don't think this gets us any closer to the goal of getting people off of the streets. So I am concerned that we're going to be utilizing staff time on something that's just another rosy thing to put into the, a cap of what we do in Anaheim. So I probably will not be voting yes on this for those reasons, but I am just concerned that we're going in the wrong direction.
Certainly noted, but for the record, I do want to state that we do have capacity in our shelters. I could let Sandra expand on that. Often when we hear there's no room at our shelters, it is the Kramer shelter, which is the county-run shelter.
Yeah, and maybe we can get together, because I would love to be able to give people the number. I mean, in my district alone, I walk every morning and I see individuals who are still living on the streets, and perhaps there's a way that we can work together and figure out how we can give these people the information that they need to get into a shelter, so that when we hear that feedback, we can counter it and say, well, that's not true, or whatever the case may be. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Kurtz?
Thank you. I'll be voting yes on it because without it, we just stop and don't investigate. But I agree with my fellow council members in the questions and the concerns. The concerns that our own programs and the way your department addresses those experiencing homelessness today can move the people into some type of housing works in our city. I know there are some folks that we have a difficult time in reaching, and those touches have to be, and I've heard 15, 20, 25 times. And the concern I'd have is that CalOptima is looking at this in a different way. So we need to make sure that they're not going to try and change the way you do business. So
that would be first and foremost. I think we have had those initial conversations. They do recognize they're coming into a city that has well-established programs. And so the terminology that they have used was whomever they select, they would be designing their program with the jurisdiction. They're not bringing a cookie cutter and say, here you go there. At least that's what they've represented to us. So we're obviously taking them at their word for us for that. And I think in the conversation about street medicine, the fact that, they said, to be enrolled in street medicine, you must also agree to be enrolled in housing navigation and enhanced case management, was at least a point that said, okay, housing navigation is what we want out of all of our street outreach teams, is to be working towards a housing plan, and the enhanced case management, as they explained it to us, is working much like our other outreach teams and making sure that if you have somebody with acute mental health issues or drug issues, that they are aware of the proper resources, and that enhanced case management is part of the ecosystem that we had to get people into the right place. Again, this is how the conversation has gone in terms of we would be designing together over the course of the first 90 to 120 days, what that program looks like in Anaheim.
Well, thank you. I trust you, and Sandra, you are tough when it comes to negotiation, so trust that you will do the right thing. Having said that, please do come back and let us know whether Anaheim is going to be part of the program and how that design will work.
Thank you. Councilmember Leon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a quick question, and I'm sorry if I missed this. So if we were to be selected as a city, how long, so you mentioned the first 90 to 200 days might be just setting up the program, but is this sort of in perpetuity that we're going to be partnering with CalOptima on this potentially, or is there a timeline?
So their goal is to have the design and the contractor and everything in place so that the street medicine outreach team begins July 1st. So all of between the selection and what have you, about a 6-month bandwidth. And so no, it is intended to last into perpetuity. The enhanced case management and the street outreach would all be paid through Medi-Cal dollars. And so that's how the model is sustained, is that everybody who is enrolled is a Medi-Cal recipient, so it's billed to medical dollars. So that's why it's not a grant to the city, it is really paid through Medi-Cal.
Got it. I think I echo some of what my colleagues are saying in terms of, I think, again, Anaheim being unique, obviously much more advanced in sort of our outreach efforts and kind of our programs. I think it would be of interest to see if there's something that we could do so that if we start seeing that maybe this isn't fitting what our goals are internally, then there's something that says, hey, there's a check-in process or period with them to make sure that we're making the adjustments accordingly. I don't know if that's a possibility, and I don't want to get ahead of myself because I don't think that's what we're discussing, but something to put out there.
So there would be, and it exists in Garden Grove, there are ongoing monthly meetings. It is not like you signed off, you invited us, and now it's our own show. It's an ongoing monthly check-in with the city's input of adjusting things that are not working, because in addition to city staff, we are, they would be working with CityNet and all the other outreach providers because the one thing that we would want to make clear and have made clear, and I think Garden Grove has too, is that duplication of effort. We do want this to be an enhancement rather than just recreating something that already exists.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Diaz?
Thank you, Mayor. Question. This street medicine will include mental health for these individuals?
They will be integrated into our behavioral health. That will be one of our requests, that they work with our PERT team and our Be Well and have referrals, whether it's substance use disorder or mental health or co-occurring.
That's the key, colleagues, that's the key. A normal, healthy human being is in the street and somebody approached them, hey, I'm gonna give you a shelter, I'm gonna give you help, immediately would say yes. The reason these individuals are not accepting help is because mental health. If this program gonna address this issue, we are addressing the whole issue of the city. And that's, just because that, I strongly support this. That's the key right there, mental health. This individual get addressed the mental health, more easily they're gonna go to the shelters and abandon the street and abandon the drugs. So I strongly support this. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Just a quick question. So if we have a resident who is on Medi-Cal, because you said that's a requirement, that they'd have to be enrolled into Medi-Cal?
They help with the enrollment.
And if we have a resident who's on the verge of homelessness, would they be able to get access to this program?
This is street medicine, so they're going to folks that are literally homeless. I believe they have other programs for people that are like in a state of eviction. They're unstably housed, but they're housed. This truly is for those that are living in the streets, homeless.
And then just to build off of Councilmember Diaz's question, so the mental health element is we already have that in Anaheim, right, with the PERT team. But we don't know if this street medicine would actually be able to administer medications to help somebody with their mental health status.
So this would be.
You mentioned preventative.
Thank you for the question. This will be an additional tool for us. So PERT, our psychiatric emergency response team under our police department, they handle a lot of those emergency situations. Sometimes there's those involuntary holds with the mental health clinicians. So those are more serious situations. Be Well handles a lot of the voluntary. And so this would be the additional referral, follow-up, making sure medication's taken. And so they can be connected to primary care physicians and having that constant follow-up. Where PERT can do the follow-up when they can, but a lot of times they're responding to emergency calls, and then Be Well is also out there. So it's another touch point, not only to build the trust with the individuals, but also to try and keep them more stable as we're moving them through the housing plans.
So I think a couple other council members did mention this, but when you do get, I'm sure Anaheim is going to get the grant. They see the good work that you guys do. But when it would be great to bring it back to council for approval on implementation, because I'm particularly interested in ensuring the type of medications. One of the things I am seriously concerned about is the needle exchange program, which I feel this is sort of very closely tied to, and Santa Ana was recently forced to implement it, and the state pulled back on that. So that does concern me that we have something like this that makes it easier. I know CalOptima would probably not be providing a needle exchange program, but it just kind of opens the door for other organizations that are similarly situated and funded through the state. So
Our intent tonight is simply to get a read from you as to whether there is an appetite on behalf of City Council for us to even submit a letter of interest and get ourselves in the running to be selected as a city. Should we be selected as a city, we fully intend to come back and have ongoing dialogue about how this is coming to fruition, check-in points, however you wish to receive information. I think it's important for us to be communicating with you all along the way.
I don't know if Rob, does this need a motion for approval to move forward? So is it possible if I made a motion to approve with the requirement that you come back and provide City Council with the outline and we get input on what that looks like from a policy perspective? If I can get a second. If chosen.
I'll second that.
I had a question. So when they talk about having medical professionals go out on the street, are we talking about doctors that are going to then be acting as primary care physicians on the street?
That's exactly what it is. So they have street outreach teams that are finding individuals much in a similar fashion to our CCRT teams, but their focus is really to ensure that they are attached to a medical provider and that there is an assessment about medical needs. And so the follow-up does actually involve sending a physician to the streets to assess individuals and to do follow-ups. They did tell us that the physicians have a schedule where they're in different parts of the city on different days of the week. So the doctor comes out like with the different teams based on a schedule that they do have. But it is literally a physician. It's the same. It's rather than a person going to your primary physician's brick and mortar building, they're coming to you in a van to do what your primary doctor would do in terms of physicals, medical distribution for any chronic conditions that you may have. They would be the only ones actually, because not CCRT or Be Well are able to administer medications on the street. So that's what they would be doing.
And I think that's an important distinction because so they will be able to prescribe and administer medication, whereas somebody that's an EMT or doesn't have a medical degree couldn't do that currently. We don't have that in our stable of services.
Thank you, Mayor, for that question. So like CityNet or CCRT, they can connect them with doctors, they can help them go get their prescriptions, that sort of stuff. But as far as having someone on that team as a doctor prescribing, no. So this would be another tool that CityNet can be joining with them if they need help finding them or working on their housing plan, and then also having a physician come out to actually stabilize them and keep them stabilized. If we know that they have to have medication every 30 days and they're in a certain location, they're waiting to get into the shelter or into a housing opportunity, we know where they're at and where we can get to them.
And I think in some of the conversations that I've had around this, there are certain medications that they're thinking about administering, and let's say for somebody that's diabetic, if you're living on the street, maybe won't or can't give themselves their insulin every day, but they will be giving medications that really stretch it out, so they'll only need it once a month as opposed to what we normally think of as daily doses.
That's correct. They are literally trying to manage chronic conditions in the street and using those types of different models, given the fact that folks are homeless and they are transient, and so they have explained to us that they're using these interventions that last longer in the event they happen to lose track of somebody.
And we don't have anybody with the wound walk, correct? That is a medical professional.
They have some EMTs and they do some emergency wound care. So again, we've seen the effectiveness of that and the trust building and some referrals and connections, but having a primary care physician and MD out there, no.
Thank you. I'm very supportive of trying to go after this grant. One, because I think it demonstrates that with this type of unique treatment of chronic diseases, we're keeping people alive that might not make it through the month to then make it to that next level of service. And I just think we have a moral obligation to consider how doctors just are uniquely able to address some of these chronic illnesses out there that would otherwise needlessly kill some of our unhoused residents. And I think second, it's always been unfair to me that cities are really just carrying the brunt of the burden of the homeless issue, and any way that we can partner with outside resources to help us so that we are not trying to reinvent plans like this and try to cobble together money from our general fund that we do not have. The fact that Cal Optima is willing to step in and help us fund this, I think, is a really important aspect of the program. And last, I think I'm really interested in the tracking aspect. One of the frustrations, I think, over the last several years that I've had around the issue is that somebody that gets a touch in Anaheim, but then might go to Santa Ana, might not go to Garden Grove, our systems are not talking to each other. And so actually having the county is uniquely equipped that if we can get them registered into Cal Optima, we can actually have, I think, a more wide-ranging picture of who is in our system, how many touches they're getting, where they're going, and they have the ability to really create a true database that I think us as cities working with each other can't. So I'm optimistic, but obviously would like to see how it is going to be uniquely implemented in our city. Councilmember Fessel, did you have a comment?
Yes, just a couple more, Madam Mayor. Two large takeaways for me when I was visiting Garden Grove here recently was there actually the van that they showed us, which is a good-sized van, not unlike the Be Well van, actually. And they have a locked medical pharmaceutical safe in the vans. And I asked about that, and they said, well, yes, we are prepared to, administer drugs, on site, which I felt good about. And also, often RB Well and CCRT is very reactive. They dispatch based upon, somebody calling them. And again, at least in Garden Grove, and Anaheim is a different animal, which we all agree and understand. But at least in Garden Grove, they have a regular route that they drive. And if there's somebody that's unhoused, they approach these folks. And I don't know if we really do that in the other ways that we touch our unhoused population. Also, and Madam Mayor, thank you for bringing it up. I didn't last year because it happened on a day that I couldn't attend, but for several years on and off, I've attended the prayer service attached to the Longest Night. And it's very sobering to sit there, usually this is at Anaheim Cemetery in the fall, and listen to the 400, more or less, names being recited of those unhoused that have passed on the streets. Regardless of how we feel about the homeless program, that grabs you in the heart. And if we can save anybody, and again, we heard from some of the residents tonight that it looks like likely countywide we're going to lose over 500 unhoused individuals this year. And if we could save a few of those, I think we should. And if this program can achieve some of that, I think we should be supportive of it. Now, again, do I also agree that we need, do we need some boundaries on this? Do we need some policy advice? How does this work in Anaheim versus other cities? Absolutely, I agree with all of that. But I certainly agree that this is something we should at least investigate and find out if it fits. And if it fits, then we should move forward on it. If it doesn't, then we can do something else. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. I believe we have a motion and a second. If there's no further comments, please vote.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
So item number 7 was pulled by Councilmember Kurtz. Would you like a staff report, or do you have a specific question?
Actually, Mayor, I have a comment, basically. It is gratifying to me to see that as our Community Services Department is taking a look at what they're doing for our older residents, our seniors, they're looking beyond the downtown Anaheim Community Center and reaching across the city, not only to our community centers, but to our 2 family resource centers. And I want to thank Shawnee and her department for doing that, for continuing to do that. While my goal is the same as the speaker earlier, the Francis Notabloom, a wonderful standalone senior center that surpasses the one in Buena Park. That's going to be the goal. Incremental steps like this are really important. And so I just wanted to thank you for making sure that resources are going to be available across the city. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember. Mayor Pro Tem?
Shawnee, I was just going to ask for a staff report on this.
All right, thank you for the opportunity. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. The item before you tonight is a request to approve a license and facility use agreement with the Anaheim Senior Citizens Club for use of space to conduct activities for seniors at various facilities across the city. The Anaheim Senior Citizens Club has a long history of providing comprehensive programs for seniors in Anaheim. Since 1997, the club has utilized the Downtown Community Center with administrative and programming headquarters in the senior wing of the building. To this day, the club continues to partner with the city to provide activities for seniors and has expanded its reach with activities at the Downtown Youth Center, Brookhurst Community Center, and at the East Anaheim Community Center and Gymnasium. The club works jointly with city staff to coordinate senior activities focused on health and wellness, social and supportive services, fitness and recreation, education, nutrition, as well as transportation and referral services. This new agreement will extend the term for 10 years with 5 one-year renewal options. It will also expand its programming into new additional facilities, such as the West Anaheim Youth Center and the Family Resource Centers at Miraloma and Ponderosa Park. Our relationship with the club is an important one. It allows us to expand the breadth of senior programs, projects, events, and activities to our seniors in an effort to deter isolation and stimulate engagement while continuing to meet the ever-changing needs of Anaheim's aging population. This concludes my report, and I'm happy to take any questions at this time.
Thank you for the report. It's wonderful. I have a question and one comment. How do you guys conduct outreach into the senior citizen community to invite them into the clubs?
Well, we do have a variety of marketing and programming, whether it's through social media, whether it's through activities, events that are being offered. We offer programs not only through our senior centers, but through other facilities, our libraries, our programs. So we have a variety of marketing methods that we utilize. Not all seniors are as active on technology, so it is important that we have flyers through our community centers, our libraries, all of our facilities. The Senior Club has a courier magazine that is mailed out on a regular basis to all of their members, which I believe they have about 1,100 members. So there is a variety of tools that is utilized.
Great. And then I was just going to mention, as we start to look forward to our vision planning or strategic planning for the city, it would be great to come back with some additional, and I know you probably will, ideas or areas of need for our senior population, and maybe other parts of Anaheim, District 4, 3, that might be an area for another senior center, or even a senior center that's dual purpose with a youth center, get young and aging together to help revitalize the community. So just something to keep on your radar.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Meeks?
Just a response to Mayor Pro Tem. I know that the Senior Citizen Commission is working on kind of a vision and strategic plan that they want to incorporate into the citywide strategic plan. So yes, I think those things are important for our future.
And if I could just also add to that, we will be embarking on a needs assessment for seniors in probably about a month. And so I think that will be another tool in the toolbox to look at across the city what our seniors are asking for.
Thank you very much. Do we have, with no further comments or questions, do we have a motion and a second to move item number 7?
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Okay, please vote.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Oh, sorry. Let's look a little here.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
The next item is item number 12, pulled by Councilmember Meeks. Would you like a staff report?
No, I just have one request. Try to pay attention, Rudy. I noticed that this is going forward, and in the staff report, it referred to an action that was taken a year ago before some of us were on the city council. I would like to have a memo, just a council memo, kind of outlining how we're addressing these encroachments around the golf course, because I know this isn't the only one, and it seems like it's been working on it, and I just want to understand where we're at on that process.
Absolutely, we'll follow up on that.
All right, and unless anybody else has any other questions, I'll move the item.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
And I just really just have a concern about setting precedent with, it looks like there might be other homes that are encroaching onto that golf course area, so I'm just a little concerned about that as well. So just moving forward. And then how we got to this price point.
Yeah, there appears to be 3 homes that are next to each other. This is one of the 3, so we're addressing all 3 together. This was the first, so I'll address all 3 in that memo and any others we'll look for around the golf course.
And the vineyard, I think somebody has out there.
I'm sorry, say that again?
I think, and the vineyard, I think, might be encroaching on
Yeah, we'll
golf course
look around
property.
the entire golf course.
You know, I had to go out and golf so I could really investigate the encroachments in the golf course. So got aware of a few of them.
Thank you for your service. Thank you. If there's no further comments or questions, can we move item number 12?
We have Councilmember Meeks that moved it. We need a second, Mayor.
Oh, sorry, I missed that. So we have a motion and a second, please.
I'll second.
Thank you. So please vote.
Mayor Aiken? The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Thank you. So the next item was pulled by Mayor Pro Tem, item number 15. Would you like a staff report?
Yeah, I would like a staff report, but I'm going to go ahead and start off with a little disclaimer, if that's okay, Chief. So Balsam is a community in my district. Previously, this community had restricted parking, basically no parking on their street due to gang violence. The council had put a resolution in place in 1997, which did not allow the residents, who are primarily low income, to not park on their street, which left them to really figure out where to park. We continue to have parking challenges in that district. I recently was there with many city staff members to visit the community and do a community walk, and we did it does appear as though everybody is still parking on the street. And working with the chief and the police department, we found that it was appropriate at this time to bring the resolution back to council. And the request that I do have is that we rescind the no parking resolution and work with the community to address some of the parking challenges that they have. And with that, I'll go ahead and turn it over to the chief.
Well, good evening, Mayor and members of City Council and Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you for that, and you pretty much covered all my talking points on my staff report. But as you mentioned, before you is a resolution to rescind a resolution that was issued in February of 1997, which restricted parking in this specific neighborhood. At that time, 20 years ago, we had a high volume of crime, criminal activity in that neighborhood, specifically gang violence and drug activity. For the last 20 years, we actually have seen a reduction in the type of criminal activity that has been occurring in that specific neighborhood. And although we have seen a reduction in the violent crime, gang crime, and narcotic sales, we are seeing, as mentioned already, an increased issue in parking. Surrounding that neighborhood, several neighborhoods have elected to have permitted parking, which residents that live in this particular neighborhood can not only not park in their immediate neighborhood, but now they cannot park in the adjacent, so they find themselves either illegally parking or parking even further and then walking back to their neighborhoods. And oftentimes this is occurring late night, inclement weather. So we have had several meetings with the community, the apartment managers and owners of residences, and they all are requesting that this 20-year-old resolution be rescinded. We've had several meetings regarding that with the community. In addition to that, we've done our own analysis of calls for service and the type of activity that's occurring there. And at this time, the police department, we feel comfortable in with the recommendation to rescind the 20-year-old resolution. We will continue to monitor the activity and make sure that public safety still remains a priority, and we don't see an increase. And if that were to occur, then that's something that we would address, and if need be, come back to this council and bring those issues up. With that, that concludes the staff presentation, and I am available for any further questions that you may have.
Thank you. Chief, I had two questions. One, so going forward, when we, if the no parking on this on Balsam Avenue is lifted, is there going to be any analysis on, what type of parking we are going to allow? I know there's a lot of neighborhoods in District 3 as well as District 4 that, thinking of like the Bush Vine areas that became one way and allowed for diagonal parking because you can get twice as many cars on there for the residents. Has there been an analysis of what type of parking could potentially go onto this street to provide as many spaces as possible for the residents that are impacted by this?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Mayor. I am not aware of any discussions of a study that has been requested. I'll refer to the subject matter expert, Rudy, if you're aware of any actual studies. The request is merely at this point the ability to actually park on the street, which is currently restricted, and oftentimes residents there are risking parking illegally, knowing that they can receive a citation because of their safety is more important than a fine or a ticket. But I'll defer that specific question to my peer, Rudy.
So thank you for the question. So over the last year, we have had, I think, about 4 community meetings addressing all the parking issues and all the tools we have in our toolbox in our neighborhood traffic management program, including permit parking and different parking management program management practices. And we'll continue those conversations. I don't think they want permit parking at this time, but we can address those with the neighborhood. So we'll continue that conversation with them, but that hasn't come up yet. I think this is the first step to just bring the parking back in. And then as we take inventory of how the parking comes back into the neighborhood and if there's a shortage at that point, and then we'll continue to have those meetings and then bring up those options with the community. Ultimately, it's up to them. We'll implement what the community wants. And if that's something they want us to study, we can implement it.
Thank you. My second question is, this kind of came to my attention because the Mayor Pro Tem brought it up, and so kudos to responding to the neighborhood issue. But do we have, or is there a way that we can look at some of our other no parking areas and some of our impacted communities and do an analysis for those neighborhoods as well as to whether it is still relevant to have no parking, so that we're not just kind of coming back one at a time with some of these neighborhoods, but we're actually addressing the issue as a whole?
Thank you for that question. Yeah, I definitely believe that's something that we can look at this point right now. This was something that, again, as Rudy mentioned, the community was wanting and the community was asking for, and because of that, it became a priority for us and to assess. At this point, I'm not aware of any other neighborhoods that have requested a second look at a restricted parking, and I don't know if those come through to your office as well, but I'm not aware of any other neighborhood at this point that has similar issues as this specific neighborhood has now.
Thank you very much, Chief. Thank you, Mr. Amani. Councilmember Fussell and then Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Chief and Rudy. I'm very familiar with this neighborhood, even though it's across the street from District 5, and I know the parking impacts the shopping centers on both sides of East Street and the adjoining neighborhoods on the east side of East Street. So I think this is, I've driven that neighborhood a number of times when I'm out in that area calling in Anaheim many times for graffiti. I often have gone down that street, and it's always like, wow, there's still no parking there. And yet, occasionally you'll see a car parked, but then in all the adjoining, in the carports, they're just stacked, in order to find a place to park. So Mayor Pro Tem, I appreciate you taking this action. I think that's going to be hopefully very well received by that neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to mention the fact that you all know parking for me is a quality of life issue, especially in low-income neighborhoods. And the mayor brought up a good point about the diagonal parking, and the Glen Neighbors neighborhood has diagonal parking, and they still have very serious compacted parking challenges. And I think when I do welcome many of my council colleagues to take a tour of some of these neighborhoods. So Balsam, Glen Neighbors would be two good communities to visit when we are looking at approving housing projects that we are giving parking allowances for. Because this, the lack of parking, housing is still expensive. So we still have people who are living multi-family generations in one home with multiple cars. Despite what the state says, the car issue is not going away. So I think it's important that we, as council members, see the impact to the decisions that we're making on housing projects, whether it's affordable or not affordable. So I do welcome you to come take a tour of these neighborhoods. And thank you for considering to vote yes on rescinding this resolution, because it will make a major quality of life change, I think, to the community. And I will work closely with Rudy, because Rudy is an expert on the parking situation. Every time I throw a solution at him, he's like, yes, 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 we've thought of this. So I think having Rudy go and take another audit of the neighborhood, and this community also has issues with buses getting there to pick up the students to actually get them to school, and that is a parking issue. So once we have this rescinded, there's a lot of other issues that we might be able to tackle. So thank you.
Thank you. Well, with no further comments by any council colleagues, do we have a motion and a second?
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
Please vote.
A resolution of the City Council of the City of Anaheim rescinding resolution number 97R-14 regarding a no parking area on both sides of the Balsam Avenue west of East Street. And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Thank you. Our next item is item number 16. It's a consideration of an ordinance continued from our last meeting to require subcontractors to disclose recent labor code violations when obtaining a business license. Mr. City Manager, may we have a staff report?
I'd ask for a staff report from Director White, please.
Very good evening, Mayor and Council. This item, as the mayor mentioned, was continued from the 24th, and it is an ordinance amending our municipal code related to business licensing to require subcontractors to disclose recent labor code violations. At the direction of City Council, staff has incorporated 2 recommended changes to the proposed ordinance. The first change is to remove pending determinations of labor code violations from required disclosure. And the second is to add a provision requiring any subcontractor to provide any new information related to labor code violations that occur following the issuance of a building permit to the contractor within 72 hours of the subcontractor's knowledge of such change. Staff believes that these changes are reflective of council's direction, and I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Are there any questions or comments from council? Councilmember Diaz?
Thank you, Mayor. So let's have a hypothetical question here. So prior to the final building inspection, you have to sign off. The contractor said, hey, 2 years ago, it was pending, but now it's final. I had a subcontractor that had a labor violation 2 years ago. It was fine. Nothing has happened since then. Now what we do? We don't sign the building permit? We don't sign off? Or how are we going to use this?
No, well, actually, at the end of the day, this really is an ordinance related to disclosure. So it does not affect the contractor's ability to use a subcontractor who has labor codes or violations. It's just a matter of trying to bring those labor code violations to the surface. In practice, we would use graduated enforcement mechanisms. We certainly wouldn't start with trying to or not finalizing a building permit. That would be sort of jumping to the final straw, so to speak. If it was brought to our attention that, a subcontractor was not following this violation, we would start with a courtesy notice, then that would go to a civil notice. And so we would start at the lowest rung, use education to begin with, notify them, and then gradually ratchet up enforcement if it became necessary.
So it's a cost to the city then. So what is for the carpenters? Why are the carpenters taking their time to do this? What is for them? It's something here that doesn't match up. I don't get it. What is for them that they are pushing the city to do this?
I wouldn't want to speculate on the intent of the carpenters union.
So the city has no business getting between developers and contractors. It's plenty of laws to figure this out. It's a court law. The state is heavily regulate this. It's consequences for contractors that don't follow the law. It's consequences. They even might lose the contractor license. It's going to cost the city money and time, definitely. Even though the staff report said it won't cost money, it will cost money and time. And this is my biggest concern. This will drag the city into lawsuits between developers and contractors. We are getting ourselves immersed into something that is not the city business, completely not the city business, and it's gonna have consequences. We already know that the city attorney's office is super busy. Guarantee that we're gonna be dragged into lawsuits if we approve this tonight. So just to be consistent with last week, last council meeting, I will vote no on this. The city had no business getting into this. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. Do you anticipate any, the enforcement element doesn't seem to be significant. Do you anticipate any liability to the city on enforcement, Rob? Or lack thereof?
Are you, the question is whether we expect any
Yeah, I mean,
lawsuits?
and we're in California, we can get sued for pretty much
Yeah,
anything.
so that's the answer. I mean,
Okay.
yes, we can get it sued for virtually anything. I can't think of anything off the top of my head this would, that we would expect. But yeah, I mean, there could be some theory thrown out there for sure.
Okay, but I just want to say thank you for incorporating the pending. That was a big thing for me. I feel like a contractor should have due process, and just having to just report a pending, I don't think is fair. And then I also just want to thank you for adding the subcontractor requirement, so they have some skin in the game. If they are the ones who the primary will be responsible for, then they should actually have they should be the ones to report it. So with those two things, I'm comfortable with this.
Councilmember Leon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think, as I said at the last meeting, I am supportive of this, obviously in the spirit of additional transparency here in our city, and so I'm still supportive of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Well, with no further comments, I'd like to make a motion.
I'll second.
Thank you, sorry. Like it's seconding, you know what it is.
Sorry.
Can't say anything after that.
I know, right?
Councilmember Diaz? The vote is 6 ayes, 1 nay, nay by Councilmember Diaz. Ordinance is introduced.
Thank you. So moving on is item number 17, consideration of a resolution adding a council policy regarding the public posting of calendars for key city officials. Mr. City Manager, may we have a staff report?
I'd ask for a staff report from Assistant City Manager Garcia, please.
Sorry. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Let's try that again. This item before you tonight is a council resolution that would adopt a new council policy requiring the posting of public calendars of certain city officials on the city's website. At the September 12th council meeting, The City Council provided direction to staff with regard to a new policy that would require the posting of public calendars. Although all city calendars are subject to certain exemptions, currently public record and available to the public upon request, this new policy would require designated members of the city to proactively post calendars on the city's website. So staff has drafted a new council policy based on feedback from the previous discussion and utilizing best practices from some of the other municipalities that we studied. Under the proposed policy before you tonight, the mayor, city council members, and city managers would be required to keep a public calendar and to post those calendars to the city's website no later than the 10th day of each month, with those calendars reflecting the meetings that occurred during the previous month. Posted calendars shall include all non-internal city-related appointments, calls, and meetings with members of the public, businesses, developers, union representatives, consultants, and lobbyists. Further, meeting details must include the date and time of the meeting, the name, title, and affiliated organizations of those who are in attendance, as well as a general statement of the topic of the meeting. The policy does provide for certain limited exemptions to the disclosure of the meetings, and just some of those include all personal appointments, all meetings with internal city staff only, and that would include retained city consultants and vendors who are hired by the city to assist us, information protected by attorney-client privilege, information about a personnel issue, that would be exempt, information about residents who reasonably fear that public disclosure of their appointment will result in retaliation or other tangible harm. That was an exemption that was specifically put in there based upon the discussion that occurred at the last council meeting about certain residents that may have an expectation that their identity be withheld, and any other information that is otherwise prohibited from disclosure. So should the council choose to adopt this policy tonight, city staff will begin working with designated city officials on a process for posting the necessary information within the appropriate time frame. As part of that, we'll explore utilizing software and stuff that can easily streamline the task at hand. We would obviously work with your staffs to train them and get on the same page with regard to what information must be disclosed, and basically make sure that we create a somewhat automated system for posting these to our website. And so in order to put that process in place, we would recommend that the policy become effective in January of next year. And that concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for that. And I just want to highlight, I think it is really important that we have uniformity in the way that we disclose it. I think it's important that this isn't meant to be a gotcha circumstance for the city manager's office or council colleagues. So I think developing a form or an automated system where we're all reporting in the same way and fashion just removes any type of accusations of malfeasance when we are reporting our calendars. And I think this is a helpful tool as we continue to talk about accountability and transparency. I saw Councilmember Kurtz. Did you have a question or comment? And then Councilmember Meeks.
Thank you. Couple of questions. You mentioned that it includes all non-internal city-related appointments, calls, meetings. So as I'm going into 2024 and a significant event in November of 2024, meetings that I would have that are political of nature, that falls into the category of non-city related?
Yeah, in other policies I've seen, political activities fall under the category of personal appointments as well.
Okay.
And so would be exempt.
Thank you. And my other question, listing the names of residents. I often have meetings in neighborhoods where several neighbors come out. It could, sometimes it's 10, sometimes it's 20, 40. Don't always capture all those names. You don't really envision us listing like 40 names, do you?
No, that wasn't our intent. And there are some policies out there that do require members of council to actually submit sign-in sheets. That's not something, we didn't go in that direction. And nor did we put a cap on what is appropriate in terms of
So
20 or
something,
less or 10 or less.
something like a meeting with Hermosa Village residents regarding
Yes.
whatever.
Yes, and exactly. So I would imagine those large meetings attended by, more than 10 or a significant number of people to have the topic discussed, the date and time, and then, residents of this neighborhood or just residents of District 4.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I totally support this. I mean, I think this is the direction that we should be going. I've heard our lobbying requirements referred to as the sunshine policy. Well, to me, there's nothing more transparent than telling everybody who we're meeting with and who we're talking to, and we're doing this. So I completely support this. I think that it makes any of the lobbying requirements redundant and potentially conflicting. And so I have concerns about, here's the lobbyist's quarterly report that identifies their lobbying things, but here's my calendar that identifies those lobbying things, but may have another meeting on there that might have been with that person, but it was about a nonprofit or about something else. So now all of a sudden, the lobbyist isn't required to report that, but my calendar says this, and we have this potentially the public believing there's a conflict or something wrong, or we're not reporting everything. And so, my feeling, and I think I've made it clear, is I want to do the calendar and make it simple and make it clear and make it comprehensive, and all the other complex stuff I think is redundant and potentially conflicting. So I will absolutely support this and would love to make a motion to approve it.
Okay. I'll second. Do we have any, Councilmember Leon, any more discussion?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm supportive of this as well. I think being able to proactively communicate to our constituents and the public who has access to who and who we're meeting with and what we're discussing. It's all about transparency at the end of the day. So I'm definitely supportive of this and want to thank staff for their work in doing all this research. I know that we're looking at different cities and kind of what's worked, what hasn't. And I know that we'll be trying to do something that works for the city of Anaheim. And again, just moving forward, just want to really highlight the fact that we're trying to be more transparent and proactive in those efforts. So thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Diaz?
Thank you, Mayor. This is the transparency. This is it. Simple, easy to follow, no harm, no foul. This is it. The other stuff out there that is so complicated that you need an army of lawyers to interpret what it says, that's no transparency. This is transparency. And I second the, I second it. Okay, you second it? I third. But.
Okay, we have a motion, a second, and a third. With no further comments, please vote.
A resolution of the City Council of the City of Anaheim adding policy 1.13 of the City Council Policy Manual regarding the public posting of calendars for key city officials. And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Okay, I think, Mr. City Attorney, we are going to go back into closed session. So I'm going to just recess us into closed session for our final item. think that
God, there's a whole loaf of. But they just do the sandwiches. You're ready, you're standing then, right? Okay. Wow. You're ready to go.
Thank you. So I'm going to reconvene the meeting back to order. Mr. City Attorney, do you have anything to report out of closed session?
No reportable action.
So we now have the time for future agenda requests, seeing that we have no further people for public comment, correct? Does anyone have an item for future agenda? Councilmember Kurtz, this is.
Thank you. I not necessarily for agenda, but for report back, maybe on two items. Our code enforcement department has been reviewing our city's ordinances regarding illegal vendors, and can we get an update on that?
Yes.
Thank you. And a few meetings ago, the city manager's office was asked to review the possibility of simultaneous Spanish translation, as they also added the new viewing options of city council meetings. I'm wondering if we can get an update on that.
You bet.
Thank you.
Councilmember Leon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On Saturday, I joined Chief Russell to congratulate Anaheim residents on completing their CERT courses. It's the Community Emergency Response Team. Special shout out to them. Congratulations to everybody who worked on that. I'd like to agendize a recognition for all the graduates of this cycle, I guess, if you will, of the CERT team members. And just a shout out to Anaheim Fire and Rescue for their efforts here. And thanks to the community members for stepping up.
Thank you, Councilmember. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. So I just have two agenda requests. One of them is making all of the committees more transparent. And I'll just give you and maybe, I don't know if this is an agenda item that we discussed, so we create council policy. But for example, when I was on the Housing and Community Development Commission, it's located in City Hall West. That's City Hall West, right? And even for a person who was on the commission, it was challenging to find the location. So I can't imagine it's easy for members of the public, which we never had any members of the public. We never had a quorum. So if we could make them more transparent by having all of our committees in council chambers, so there's consistency, it would be great to have that agendized. And then we had one of our public commenters who mentioned exploring Charter Section 906 for Planning Commission. I'd love to bring that back for discussion. I do not recall exactly what is in that section of the charter, but would love just to see what the current limitations are and if there's opportunities for us to expand the scope of review and comment for planning commissioners. And that's all I've got.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
I was on the planning commission and we asked anything we wanted to, so I don't understand what happened between then and now.
Okay, so no further agenda requests by council members and no other business before the council. I am going to adjourn the meeting in the memory of Ruth Vonderlo, and we will stand adjourned until November 28th, 2023.